Treasuries been kind of hovering in this area for a little bit. You see the 10-year at 4.12. The highs recently have been about 4.18, 4.19 thereabouts. 2-year yield at 3.46, so that is a little bit lower. Steve Leeson is going to have the numbers for us when they do break, and it is an unorthodox release. We have CPI for 2 straight months. We're going to have to make some modifications in terms of drawing conclusions as to what they mean, but we'll be glad to get some delayed data nonetheless.
Yeah, here we go. We got jobless claims just coming straight across here, falling to 224 in the week of December 13th from 237. That was revised up from 236, so not a big deal. Let's see, 4-week average rising to 217, because remember we had that big low number from Thanksgiving, so that was a seasonal problem, I think. Continued claim rising to 1.897 in the week of December 6th. That's below consensus, and it is up from 1.83 the prior week, but still not at 1.9%. Now, the number of the morning, the CPI, maybe coming in a little bit better than expected. 2.7%, a little light here. I'm just reading the headlines here. Year over year, 2.7. Ex-food and energy core, 2.6. So 0.4 off. That is a very good number here. And it really, I have not looked at the internals. I'll look at them now, but it suggests that the internals are good as well. Let's see, year over year, over the last 12 months. There is no month to month, but some guys will be able to calculate. Seasonally adjusted index for all items less food and energy rose 0.2% over the 2 months. So correct my math here, Michael Santoli, but 0.2 divided by 2 is 0.1.
Yeah.
So therefore, that's a very, very low monthly rate here. The index for shelter increased, so you did get a really nice decline in shelter, which was 0.2. So that was 0.1 per month. Energy index rising 1.1%. Over the same 2-month period. And what's good about that is energy prices have come off.
That's right.
And so the December numbers are going to pick up a better number here. Let's see, the all items index.
Oil has come off.
Oil has come off. I'm going to go and find right away here. All items less food and energy, that's the core, 2.6. So that's a very good number. With a big rise in like gas services up 9.1%, electricity up 6.9%. This is the year over year rate. I don't have a month to month on that. Shelter up 3% year over year. I'm looking for goods, but I got to go to another table for that. Why don't you? You have some guests there.
We do,
and I'll fill in the gaps in my knowledge over that period of time.
And markets did get a little bit of a bid. The equities did extend their gains, as you see the S&P up now about 40 points, and the Dow higher by 175 versus 100 from before those numbers. Let's bring in our panel. Joining us now, Brookings Institution Economic Studies Senior Fellow Wendy Edelberg, and American Institute for Economic Research, Monetary Economics Managing Director Lydia Mashburn-Newman. Welcome to you both. Wendy, I mean, I know you haven't kind of been able to dig into the guts of this report, but it seems like a pretty benign reading. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's frustrating because they haven't even posted the information that I would need to really parse all of this, given the confusing way they've displayed the information. But the important number is the year-over-year change in the prices of core goods. And that was 1.4%. And that may not sound like a lot, but this is a category that in normal times has negative inflation all the time. And this is where we're seeing tariffs. So I think this is the category where we know that tariffs are having, in some ways, the absolutely expected effect on inflation.
Yeah, so for that subcomponent of inflation where you would be able to isolate perhaps the tariff effect, maybe we are seeing it, although Lydia, I guess not necessarily feeding into, by this number, a broader lift in CPI.
The headline number definitely seems to be a step in the right direction coming in at 2.7 year over year. We should keep in mind, though, that that's on some higher inflation numbers that we saw with the Federal Reserve's last rate hike cycle starting at the end of 2024. So we would expect these upcoming readings from November and then December and January and February to look a little bit better because their relative year ago comparison was also relatively high. But as Wendy was saying, those goods prices are definitely an indicator of inflation showing up in tariffs showing up in inflation. And but we still need to keep an eye out on services inflation. While we have seen housing come.
What is going on, guys? Good morning. Good morning. So CPI came out 2.7 versus 3.1 expected. Obviously, we don't have October's number, so that is for November. Pretty good print there. I think there was a little bit of a leak last night when Trump spoke. But yeah, pretty good number there for CPI. In terms of the broader market, as I said, even if we get a Santa rally, it's something that is the average Santa rally is typically 1.4%. So it's not really, I don't know why people get super excited about it. But seeing a nice early pump here, obviously this is pre-market. We have an hour left until the market opens. I think we will manipulate a couple of times, but based on the high time frame, I don't think we are out of the woods yet. I will be focusing today on trying to trade this here after this print came out. I do want to see if we have more data. Today we have, one second here. Show us your short. I haven't taken a trade. I literally just started the stream. What is this retard talking about? Boris, man, thank you for your donation to St. Jude. CPI and unemployment claims. We have manufacturing index that also came out. Natural gas at 10:30. So, yeah, there really isn't anything in terms of news today until tomorrow when we have consumer sentiment and inflation expectations. So, this is the only news driver that we have to focus on. Yeah, I don't know. That James Fan dude is retarded. I agree. I literally just turned on the stream. I don't have a trade. How do you deal with these questions? I don't know. I accept that God gave some people IQ and others not. Can't someone ask a question when they didn't know you haven't taken a trade? Must you insult them? Yes, I must insult them. If someone asks, did you take a trade? Fair question. If someone says, show us your short, might as well just say, show us your dick. I mean, I don't know what the fuck he's trying to insinuate there. What's going on, Paranoid AI? Bro, James Fan, it is too early for this, bro. It is too early for this. No need to insult. Shut the fuck up. Start your own fucking channel, bro. Literally just turn on the stream. And people coming for my neck. Do, 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 do. So we have data high right here. Typically what happens with CPI or any red folder news is you get a sweep of data high, and then you get a sweep of data low as well, and then you'll be able to judge the move, I guess, better after the noise has been removed from the price action. Show us your long position. My God. I'm net long the market. Obviously, if you own stocks, you are net long the market. I know that was a joke, but if you are long stocks, obviously you are net long the market. It's not my trading style to buy calls or puts for a binary event like CPI. I think that's stupid because the IV is already so high, and once the data is released, you're going to get IV crushed. Anonymous, oh my God, thank you for your $50 donation to St. Jude, whoever that was. Appreciate it. We should just go back to Discord live trading. Yeah. Do you need both data high and low to be swept before looking for a trade? See, that's a great question. It's not that I need it. It's that that's what typically happens. Now, obviously, if a trade sets up and data low hasn't been taken, that is also a possibility, right? It's not that the market does this one thing 100% of the time, but we're just talking about the character of binary events, right? Now, obviously, the market does get away with sometimes not doing the thing that it typically does, and it's your job to, as a discretionary trader, to identify when that happens, and you either take a trade if it sets up, or you sit on your hands until what you expect to happen happens, right? Like if your rule is that, if you have a rule based on your history of trading data that says data high and data low has to be taken or I won't take a trade, and if it hasn't happened then you don't take a trade, that's perfectly fine. Or if you say, data high was taken, the strength of this move and the way that it's building looks like we're not going to visit data low today. And even though we typically visit data low, it doesn't look like it today. So I'm going to take my trade setup if it forms anyway. That's also okay, right? Those two things are fine as a discretionary trader, as long as you're very deliberate about why you're doing it. If that makes sense. What is going on with your hair? Nothing. It's 5 in the morning. I know you said Adobe's a shit stock. I didn't say Adobe's a shit stock. That's not what I said at all. I said that Adobe doesn't have the competitive edge that it once had with the advent of AI. I said on paper, Adobe looks great. I didn't say it's a shit stock. 1 second. Okay, can you shit on more people now? No, I don't want to shit on anybody, bro. But, you know, people like to clown and they like to snap, and that's perfectly fine. So if that happens and I feel like snapping back, yeah, I will. But I don't like to randomly clown on people. Especially if people are respectful, dude. If people are respectful, no, I'm not going to clown on them. Andy, thank you. Broadcom is a great stock. Yeah, I've mentioned it a couple times in my videos. Broadcom is a great stock for sure. For those that are joining the stream late, CPI came in at 2.7 versus 3.1% expected. And obviously, they're not and will not release October data. What I'm looking for here, a couple things. We do have divergence here, right? Where ES made a higher low and NQ made a lower low. But I wonder if we get one more sweep of 830. The market opens in 45 minutes, so we're kind of far away from that. But I wonder if we get one more sweep of 830 before moving higher. Now, the market has felt like a bloodbath to some people, right? So if you're holding a lot of quantum stocks, if you're holding a lot of data center stocks, the market has felt like a bloodbath. But in reality, the S&P is only down 2% from all-time highs. And we made an all-time high close last week, as I mentioned. So, I think breadth is actually good in the market. If you look at the S&P equal weight, what the fuck? SPX equal weight. Switch to D. Switch to the D. Pause. The S&P equal weight, just made an all-time high on Friday. So the S&P equal weight is basically the index. It's exactly what it sounds like. The index, the S&P index, but it gives an equal weight to all the stocks in the S&P 500. So the S&P equal weight looks very healthy here, right? In a market where, there's this narrative that only the Mag 7 is rising. But if you look at the S&P equal weight, that's not true. And if you look at the Dow Jones, right, we just made an all-time high on Friday as well. That's not true either. The Dow Jones is much, much more diverse than the NASDAQ. So if you look at the Dow Jones, S&P equal weight, things actually look good. Or I should say look healthy. Right? Now, I do think that this is shaping up to follow the path that the market typically follows, which is, chopping in the winter could potentially make a new high. Again, we're only 2% down on the S&P 500. I don't know if the NASDAQ makes a new high because the NASDAQ was down 5.5%. It certainly could, but I do expect that. And then the first couple months, I would say, of next year, of 2026, I do expect a little bit of a correction. As I said in my videos, I do expect 2026 to be higher, as in a green year. I don't expect it to be a red year, but I think it will be a harder year for sure. Only been in the market for about a month. I appreciate you explaining this stuff. Oh, coked out. What the hell's your name? Oh, okie dokie. Yeah, no worries. What a brutal month to just join the market. But I guess you are getting discounts on a lot of things. So, if you look at Netflix, you're getting a good discount. Nvidia, you're getting a decent discount. It was down almost 20%. AMD, I don't think is done dropping, but you are getting a pretty good discount on AMD. Meta, you're getting a good discount on. If you just joined a month ago, there are some things that you can pick up. Let's see what Costco is doing. Yeah, Costco's a pretty good discount. What is Chipotle doing? I did not realize Chipotle hit 29. What? Chipotle hit 29? Yeah, this is one to start looking at for sure. Especially if you're trying to diversify away from tech stocks. When you have divergence between ES and NQ, which one do you trust? That's not how it works. The divergence between ES and NQ, it just gives you an indication of a short-term price action. So, like for instance, if you get divergence between ES and NQ, and you're looking at the 1 minute or 2 minute, and say that ES was making a lower high and NQ was making a higher high, that then gives you an indication, along with other points of confluence that you have for your entry model, that, oh, okay, this is confirming that we have some downside price action coming. That's all that means. It's not which one do you trust. I hope that makes sense. And then the divergence on if one's making a lower low and the other one's making a higher low, then that's bullish divergence. But, we're only talking, that's only with regards to day trades. What has been causing the sell-off in the markets lately? The exhaustion of AI. Yes, Uber is a good long-term buy at these levels. It's a cash-generating machine for sure. For show. What? What the hell just happened? All right, let's see if we find a trade back to data low here. Oh, also, you know what I want to check is gold. I think gold can make a run for all-time high. Where is that level? Four, 434. I don't think it does it today. But eventually I think it gets to 4435. Let's see if we can find a trade here. Yeah, I want to see if we could take out data low here. I wonder if we get a close below this fair value gap. We swept Asia and London. One second. What the fuck? Four 368.7. I think there might be a short on gold. down to 830. I want to wait until this 3-minute closes here. I cannot short this just yet. Two. All right, I'm going to try to short this down to at least midnight here. I don't know if we get all the way down to 830. But I'm going to try to see. Hold on. Let me just calculate this real quick. So that would be first TP there. I don't know that that happens, but let's see. The market does also open in 25 minutes. So I don't want to be in a trade when the market opens. And I have to manage this pretty closely. But a 2.6 point stop, for me, the risk reward is really good here. Yeah, the closer we get to market open, the more I'm inclined to close this and reposition after market open. But I want to see if we can flush to at least that low before market open. The indices are doing nothing here. And obviously I can't trade options right now until the market opens. Up 800 right now. Oh, up 1,000 right now. Beautiful move. I want to see us close below that. Taking that low before market open would be amazing. Back at break even here. $20 to market open. Come on, give us some follow through, baby. Beautiful. 1200 right now. We need to close below that. I want to see us get to that low. Two to one is actually right there. So I could elect to take this off here, but I want to see follow through. Let's see how this candle closes. Can we close below that BPR? We're still not closing below that 1 minute. If you guys are in this, you can take 2 to 1 depending on what your goals are. If you're trading prop or whatever, and you have trailing drawdowns, etc. I want to see if I can get some follow through here. $17 minutes till open. I just want to get to that low at least, which would be a 3 to 1 trade. We already hit 2 to 1. Take it if you want. I'm going to adjust my stop. Oh, we have equal highs there. Fuck. Yeah, I want to see this drop here. As I said, as we approach market open, I don't want to be in a trade, and I don't mind closing it for a scalp or for BE and then repositioning after market open. Four, 365.2. That right there is data high, which we are bouncing off of. But if we flush data high, so this right here is the data high wick. And if we flush that, then I think we can head towards at least this, if not data low. But it all depends on how fast this happens, because market open can easily create a new high, can wick up here before going back down, right? Because liquidity is also about time. as much as it is about levels. Flush below that data high. That's data high. Want to flush below that. Obviously, we're getting a lot of support there. We're already at 2-to-1. As we get closer to market open, I don't want to get fucked by a wick. So I will move my stop to BE. Yeah, take profits at 2-to-1 if you want. Market's about to open in 11 minutes. Can you give us that flush? 2-to-1's achieved. 10 minutes to market open. Can we close below 830? I want to take a look at silver real quick. All right. Beautiful flush. 1500 now. Eight minutes to market open. Already at 2-1. I'm going to book this here and wait until market opens. But a quick 1300 here. Good way to start the morning. I do think GC flushes. I just don't want to be caught in any market open wicks. I'm going to take the 2-1 here. Congrats if you took it. Can you try talking while trading? What the fuck is wrong with people, bro? What do I look like? A fucking court jester? Can you try talking while trading? Can you try fucking learning how to trade so that I don't have to spoon feed you while trying to manage a trade for 1,000 people? Plus, I've been talking the whole time. How many of you took that trade? W's in the chat if you took that trade. All right, market opens in 6 minutes. Wow, none of you took that trade. Okay, a lot of you took that trade. Still riding it? Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm going to reposition after market open. Are you Syrian by any chance? No, but shout out to Syria. I have a lot of Syrian friends. Can you measure lag and latency on toss? What? You want me to measure lag and latency on toss? All right, market opens in 5 minutes, guys. I took the 2-1. I think I'm going to be happy with that decision. Want to see how the market manipulates at open. There was jack shit to take on the indices. Here's the indices after CPI. At least gold gave us a good move. Who do you use for futures trading? Thinkorswim, but only because I'm old and I don't recommend you use that if you're starting out. I think you should use a prop, to be honest. That way you don't kill your account trying to learn how to trade. Funded Next Futures currently has a Christmas sale going, 25% off for new users, 15% off for recurring users. The crazy thing about Funded Next, let me just go over this real quick because it is a game changer, is they have two plans, right? The Rapid Challenge allows you to pass in 1 day, but it has consistency once you pass. The Legacy Challenge doesn't allow you to pass in 1 day, and the consistency only applies to the challenge account. But look at the profit target and maximum loss. It's the only one-to-one that I know of. 2,500 and 2,500. Not only that, but after you pass, there is no consistency on the legacy accounts. No max withdrawal, no buffer required, which is, to me, this is a game changer. And you can get 25% off if you use the code TTT if you're a new user, or 15% off if you are an existing user. But I suggest that people go the prop route, in my opinion, if you're just starting out. If you're looking for a real money broker, then I would suggest going with Tradeovate, because the margins are a lot cheaper than Thinkorswim, which has the max margins for futures. Market opens in 1 minute. I still think gold flushes down to that fair value gap. I want to see how it reacts at the open. To be fair, like, I do trade gold from time to time. It's not my main pair. So I really want to collect data on how it performs the minute that market opens, because a lot of times the indices will wick you out of either side. But I want to see if we get any sort of manipulation up at market open, or does it just flush? Because I do think gold is going to flush. Market just open. And I TP'd somewhere here. But I'm patient. I don't need to catch every move. I'd rather see how the character develops. So you can see the indices manipulating to the upside at market open. Okay. Yeah, I TP'd like somewhere around here. So all right, that was a good decision. So could have squeezed a couple more points out of gold, but it did manipulate all the way back. Not all the way, but it did manipulate significantly back up. And my entry was somewhere here. So let's see how the character of price develops here. Before taking another trade. Glad I made you guys money. before market open. And for those that don't trade with us every day, I go live every single day, market open, just like this. If you just see me on YouTube, you might think, wow, he doesn't go live a lot. I go live every day. But I just don't subject myself to the insane asylum that is YouTube. But I'm live in the Discord every day. Just passed my eval? Hell yeah. Where do you go live? Discord? Yes. Paranoid AI, you're welcome. Which plan would you recommend for new prop traders on Funded Next? I don't think you need bigger than a 50K account. Either 25. If you've never traded and you've never passed, no, go 25K, dude. I don't trust this pump. I mean, it's not about trusting the pump. Look, like, zoom out and look in totality. This is the market in September. So from September to now, we've been in the same range. That's 3 months. It's not about trusting the pump. I think, like I said, I think people are disheartened because of what they hold in their account. So if what you hold in your account is a bunch of bullshit, then yeah, it's going to be very, like, look at you know, all the data center stocks, which are down 50-60%. And although I have traded these, I have bought them, I have considered investing in them, you know, they are high beta stocks. They're very risky. So if most of your portfolio is full of these pre-revenue companies, yeah, you're hurting. If all your portfolio is based in chips, yeah, you're hurting at the moment. But, you know, if you're based mostly in the S&P, you're barely feeling this. NBIS is a steal. I wouldn't say it's a steal. I think people exaggerate shit like that. I think it's potentially a, you know, depending on what AI will look like in the future, it's a potential nice growth stock, but, you know, calling it a steal at $80, I don't think so. I think it's a steal if you got in at $20 or below. I don't think it's a steal at 80. It's still very expensive. Also, this pattern I don't like. I think it has a chance to still visit the 200-day moving average, which is down in the 60s. PDP Gkeeper says, entry matters so much. If you feel like you missed, it's better to wait. Absolutely. Damn, I was sitting here answering questions, talking more, like that clown wanted me to. Like I said, I do think we will take liquidity above this trend line. That was the entry right there. Let's see if we can catch it here. Actually, you know what? We also have like a bunch of these equal highs on gold. And although I was short biased, it was only for the short term. Like, I do think we're going to come down here to this area. But eventually, I'm not like we have these equal highs, and I think these will get addressed possibly today. So that's always a risk up there. Let's see if we can find another trade on the indices. Okay. We already pulled out 1,300 from GC. We do have a CISD here. Let's see if we reject off the 930 open on NQ. Back down to 830. I want to take that trade right there. That's 163 points. It looks like nothing. Holy fuck bucket. Do you think it's a good time to do DCA on Oxy? I don't know. What do you like about the company? I would have been so pissed here. My entry was 473.2. We manipulated up. If it would have taken me out at break even and come down. But I should have spotted this here. I was too busy entertaining y'all and answering questions. This is going down to 830 for sure. $830 being the data drop. I say this time and time again, man. The better that you can read price action, the more frustrated you'll be. Because you'll be able to see most moves coming. But it doesn't mean that you're going to be in most of the moves. Big if? What are we talking about? The easy money was already made on yes, I agree. The easy money was already made on data centers. It doesn't mean I think they will have a second life in 2026, but it's not going to be the same. If we're going to have a recession with rising unemployment, crude ain't gonna go up. Yeah, crude is gonna go up, dude. Crude is a warning sign. What are you talking about? I'll show you in a second. Have you tried Al Brooks style for scalping? Yeah, dude. I read this book called Reading Price. What's it called? Reading Price Charts bar by bar. A long time ago. It was like one of the first trading books I read. Hold on. Let's see if I can catch this trade. It was one of the first trading books I ever read. Reading Price Charts bar by bar. I probably have it behind here. No, it's in the other room. Yeah, it's good. I must say, like, you guys know me. I'm not like a pure ICT trader. I'm very objective, and I've looked at almost every single strategy there is known to man. I do think that I don't know where the fuck ICT got his ideas from exactly, but you know, when you read enough of some of these legendary traders, there are parallels, right? Like Al Brooks doesn't call them fair value gaps. He calls them I don't know. I can't remember what he calls them. But that concept of like fair value gap, or a similar concept, I should say, is in that book. But I do think it's such a dense way of trading that the one thing I will give ICT credit for is simplifying this stuff, and making it more palatable. Because if you were to pick up that book, that Reading Price Charts Bar by Bar, is it called Reading Price Charts Bar? It is bar by bar, but I wonder if it's reading. Yeah, this book. If you try to read this, your brain will melt. I swear to God. It's like as thick as the Bible, and it's just so convoluted. But it's solid, right? And it's, these are concepts that have been around for a long time. I just think that there are more palatable ways of addressing the same thing, if that makes sense. So much W on that gold trade. Thank you. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Bye, you motherfucker. Oh, man, I had a second entry on this bullshit. So the reason that I had drawn that earlier, because when the market opens, you're going to manipulate. You don't really know what side you're going to manipulate on. Your goal is not really to guess that, but it's to react to the manipulation, right? So this right here is trend line. This is trend line liquidity. And we were clearly pre-market doing this. So I wanted to see which way we'd manipulate. We did manipulate to the upside, taking out this trend line, right? Here's another example, right? This is trend line liquidity. That concept has been in the market for a long time. I didn't say crude oil rallies in a recession, dumb fuck. I said crude oil is a canary in the coal mine for recessions. Anyway, but this trendline liquidity, I think ICD calls it low resistance liquidity run. It's the same shit, right? Like this is a trendline liquidity. But once we did that and we retested 930 opening price, that right there was the fucking entry, bro. Definitely missed opportunity there. But like I told you, I did expect gold to get down here. You can rewind the tape. Wolf Capital, I don't know if he's just being retarded on purpose or what. So Wolf Capital, here you go. Before the bear market of 2022 started, right? Crude oil was in the dumps. This 2021 was a major bull market. Oil staged a humongous rally from $30 all the way to $103 before the bear market started. And then during recessions and bear markets, yes, crude oil is going to dump. Nobody said that crude oil doesn't dump during recessions. I said it's a canary in the coal mine. Learn the fucking difference. All right, here we go. 2008, right? Here was crude oil. We staged a humongous rally before the recession started. Look at, if we take a look at the year 2000. Same thing. Huge rally before we finally hit a recession. All I'm saying is that oil, along with other commodities, are precursors, or at least signals, that things are about to turn recessionary. So if and when we do get a recession, whether it's 26 or 27, I do expect oil to rally and then will drop with the recession. Wolf Capital might be too young to know what canary in the coal mine means. You're probably right. He knows what canary in the skibbity toilet means. God damn it, man. That was the one and done trade right there. Sean says 6 sevens in the coal mine. All right, let's get back to trading seriously. I want to see if I can catch this NQ move here. Fuck. This one's going to haunt me for the weekend. Oh, man, I was responsible. I took profit on the trade. Waited for the manipulation. I got distracted talking about fucking canaries and crude oil. Fuck. I'm going to think about that one over the weekend. Why do you put up with this insane asylum versus quietly making bank trading? What do you mean? I run a YouTube channel and I've been doing it for 8 years. 4 of those years, I had like 100 viewers per video. What are you talking about, dude? I enjoy making financial YouTube content. If you're talking about why do I go live on YouTube during binary events, that's a valid question. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I probably will never stop making YouTube videos. I enjoy that a lot. And plus, you know, it forces me to do research selfishly for my own self as well. And always, you know, stay up to date with what's going on in the market. But I love it. I love finance. I nerd out on it. For 4 years, I was doing it for $0. It was a net negative, actually. I would have made more money working at McDonald's. But why do I go live? You got a point there, mate. You got a point. Why did I think gold would dump? Okay, I'll tell you. So this right here is data high, right? CPI, data high right here. Typically, you get a sweep of data high, and that right there is data low. This is when CPI was printed. So data high, data low, right? We took liquidity above data high. And if I go to the higher time frame, right, you could see that we also swept the previous 4-hour candle. And if you go to the lower time frame, wait, what was I looking at here? Hold on. Yeah, if you go to the lower time frame, that right there is Asia high, London high. So not only did we sweep data high, which is that, but we swept London high and Asia high. And because we swept that, right? So you could think of this as one big supply level or resistance level. And we swept it, came back below it. This is unaddressed, 830 low. So if we come back below it and retest, naturally, it's going to target the next area of liquidity, which is 830 low. And I think that gold is going to go back up eventually because we have all these equal highs here. And we're clearly gunning for these equal highs at all-time high. But this is a daily chart, so this will take, you know, days to form. Also, don't discount the possibility of taking that, coming back down into this imbalance before going back. It's just years of reading liquidity. That's all. Hopefully that makes sense. How long a time period is data high, low? It's on the 1 minute candle. You can see it. So CPI came out at 8:30, right? That right there, if you just go to the 1 minute, if you want to draw out your data high and low, just go to the 1 minute. And that 1 minute, that's the high and that's the low. And that's not a dumb question. I appreciate it. That's a good question. Okay, let's see if I get... Let's see if we get a trade here. I don't know that I want to short this just yet. Depends on what ES is doing too. $9.45. Do we have divergence? No. I'm gonna take a look at some equities and potential options in a minute. That looks interesting. A little precarious though, since we did close. If I'm looking at ES, this looks bullish to me. Maybe ES does one more sweep of that high. I cannot short NQ here. Also, just go to the 15-minute and look where we bounced from. cannot short this just yet, but I do think this might set up bearish divergence. Might. Let's see. If ES takes this high or even this high and NQ doesn't, this sets up bearish divergence, but I have to be patient here. Let me look at some equities here. Nice push on Tesla. I almost longed it yesterday. I didn't think it was worth it. And that's after longing it already and taking 90% on those calls. I didn't think it was worth it just yet. The good news is we are above that level. Crypto is still very, very, very precarious here. For those of you, or for Wolf, precarious means shaky. We need to break above that. So I'm not trusting in crypto just yet. Of all the crypto stocks, Coinbase looks the best. It's the one that has suffered the least in this latest round. Certainly better than MicroStrategy or BMNR. I don't trust AMD here either. I think AMD can still drop from here. This might be an interesting day trade here. Hold on. Let me look at something. Did we take out... That's yesterday's low. No. I don't trust Broadcom here either, even though I think it's a great stock. And it is starting to look attractive at minus 22%. I think that this gape here below these equal lows needs to be addressed. I'm going to put an alert here on ES. I want to see if it takes out this high. If it takes out that high and NQ doesn't, I might look for a short again. right. Let's wait a minute. Damn, so many stocks have this. Dell, SoFi, look at this. Nvidia. Wow. Yeah, things don't look structurally that solid here. Broadcom about to turn red. Look at Oracle. This shit looks dumpy. Oracle might get down to fucking Liberation Day low. I mean, Hood is up 5%, but it's looking like a potential short here. To at least down to here. 118 and change. One thing I want to check. Does NQ and ES correlate with SPX? Not NQ. NQ is the NASDAQ. ES is the S&P. Nice 2% day for Meta. Now, here's the interesting thing. This is previous day high. I think we could see a push even higher. Let's see if we retest this previous day high. Let me look at some potential Meta calls here. See if I can take some calls to 676. We got rejected off 930. On ES and NQ. All right. I still think there will be. Oh, one other thing is we have this gaping RTH gap here. One second, guys. Let me check. So we do have some gamma exposure below. We also do have some above. It is CPI day, so not surprising to me. We're still concentrated in this middle here. This is SPX gamma exposure. Do you think CoreWeave will be up again? Like ever? No. This is the last ever. What if more amount of traders use the 30-second data candle low and high? Wow. We still haven't taken out 830 data low. Meta is bouncing off previous day high, but it is getting rejected off 2 days ago high. So I don't think this is a solid long here just yet. You see this gap here on SPX. That 67.35 would take it down to here. So I can see that happening. Damn, rejecting off 930 was a nice trade. All right, let's see if we can find a short here. Yeah, see, I don't trust this on Meta. One, because it rejected off 2 days ago high, and two, because of the overall market. So, especially with big stocks, you want to go in line with the index order flow. Let me look at gold once again. Hmm. 67.35. Don't be surprised if we give all of this back today, by the way. This is now looking like a potential sell model here. Yeah, we're still not even clear on the 4-hour. And yesterday, what I was telling the group, this right here is my overall target before a real move higher. This imbalance here. Let's see what happens today. 67.70. If we lose 67.70, I think we go down to 67.35. That's daily open. Let's see something here. Might take the SPX 67.70 put expiring tomorrow down to 67.35. Until at least one of the indices hits the 830. The 830 low. We're pretty far away from the 1050 macro. So let's see if we get one more manipulation up beforehand. Damn, 15-minute looks ugly as shit. I may take a sell here in prop. Just waiting to see how this 5-minute plays out.
Order filled.
This will be my second trade of the day. I'm not taking SPX yet. Hmm. That's 9:30 open right there. Wonder if we get one more manipulation. I only took this in prop, didn't take it in my real money account because it's not an A+ trade. Let's see if this divergence holds here.
Stop filled.
Okay, we'll stop out of that. Like I said, I was only willing to take that one in prop. Let's see what happens at this high here. 15-minute does look super ugly. Oh, let me look at what happened in Meta. Oh, it did bounce off yesterday's high. That's a boss-ass bounce right there. All right, so one nice win in real money, one loss in prop so far on the day. Maybe we'll try. Yeah, there's gamma all over the place here. I wonder when we address that. See if there's another trade on gold. Gold typically stalls as it gets later in the day, but it's only 10:30. Damn, that meta trade would have been money. All right. We have these equal highs on ES. I wonder if that's the draw on liquidity. Let's see. Let's see. You took the meta call? Both of you did. Holy shit. Nice. Damien, appreciate your donation to St. Jude. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. That might be the draw for ES, but I think NQ has that 4-hour fair value gap. Let's see. Overall, it is a pretty decent day for CPI. Not the best. I wonder if we don't address this gap until tomorrow. That's also a possibility. Like I said, we do have some gamma here. It's not a ton. 68.20 at the top, between 68.20 and 68.35. So yeah, I think that would support taking out. That would support ES taking out these equal highs. Yeah, I mean, this NQ trade was not an A plus trade like the gold one was, which is why I didn't take it in real money. Only if it's an A plus trade will I entertain it in real money. Otherwise, prop is fine. I mean, yes, the 4-hour area was touched, but we do have these equal highs on ES. But let's see. If there's a trade, I'll take it. If not, I sit on my goddamn hands. Wow, a lot of you took that meta call. Shia. Look at SOXL. It's up 9%. But does this look bullish to you? Does Tesla want 500? I think it's on its path to at least 495. I think 500 comes, obviously, eventually. Does it want 500 today? Could be. Could be. My shares would certainly be happy. Yeah, I'm not touching this until ES takes that out. And I don't want to get stuck with the idea that the gap that you see here is going to get filled today. This can easily wait until tomorrow. You know, plenty of times we've seen these regular trading hours gaps delayed. So don't get stuck to an idea. That's how you go broke. If you have an idea and it didn't work out, that's perfectly fine. If you have an idea and it didn't work out and you keep pushing it because you can't accept being wrong, that's not fine. So my trade there on prop was the possibility that NQ would reject off 930 open, which is this line right here, and drop down to that gap. I'm okay being wrong. That's perfectly fine. But what I can't do is continue to keep stabbing at it. Where would you sell your Tesla stocks? How do you know what my price was or what it constitutes in my portfolio? or what my risk tolerance is. There is no price to sell Tesla. It's like, how much Tesla do you have? How young are you? How much time do you have left to retirement? What is your risk tolerance? What's your conviction on Tesla? What was your entry? There is no what price are you going to sell Tesla that applies to everybody. Every portfolio and every individual is unique. Olerin, appreciate your donation, man. Thank you. All right. Did we hit an objective here? I don't really want to short this, man. I don't really want to short this, and it's too late to trade any meaningful continuation. I still think ES is going to get up here. There's enough gamma to support it at these equal highs. If we get a drop, I may take a continuation trade up there. I don't know that we do. So those equal highs are there. Would be nice if we dropped. And then I would take a continuation long. Up to that level. I think Hood might go for these highs at 124. Let's see. The Japanese rate hike is already priced in, dude. I'm hoping we can get a drop here. I think these highs are the draw now. Let's see. This still, to me, looks like a potential sell model, but it might not play out fully until tomorrow. Appreciate you, B Nudge 5244. Thank you for your donation. Yeah, I didn't touch hood yet. If it falls back below 930, I don't think that there's a lot to squeeze out of this just yet. Like, even if it falls back below 930 and retests it, you have these lows here. I don't think there's a lot of runway. Man. I really don't want. You know what? You could take a scalp short down to that level. I still think that this looks like the draw here. But is that only on the 4 hour? Certainly tricky here. $68.30. Massive wall here now developing at $68.30. It's a 5 minute. Okay, we have the 1050 macro coming up. What the fuck? 2, 3. What if I do this? Not. This is super tricky here. $10.50 is usually a continuation macro. But I'm going to be patient here. Yeah, I think this goes higher. We're starting to build up way more gamma up here. Just want to see where this would be from. Would it be from here or a deeper retracement? Let's see. Okay, it might give us a better retracement here. See if we could take it from that high, which on the 5-minute would be that. Yeah, the biggest gamma we have is 68.30. Which will clear these highs here. So I am going to be looking for longs. Maybe at this level here. $67.90 would be in that. All right, let's see. That breaker right there, I think. Yeah, with the target to take out those equal highs. I just need SPX to fall below 6805 to give us that entry. And as I said, I think the S&P is stronger than NQ. I just hope that this move, I hope it doesn't just chop around until lunch and then the move happens during lunch. And just like that, Santa rally back in place after a good CPI. Bro, that's how you could tell someone who isn't experienced in the market. We've been chopping for 3 months, bro. The average Santa rally is 1.4%. It's literally the dumbest thing to get excited about. Now, if somehow we get a Santa rally that, you know, pushes to fucking 7,200 or something on the SPX, yeah. But you're going to get excited about this? We've been going up and down for 3 months. This guy said Hood just died. It's up 4% today, and this dude said it just died. Nice. All right, come on, come down. When will this roll over? No idea what you mean. What's this? Thoughts on Tesla at this level? Yeah, bro, buy Tesla. Don't buy it at 200 or 300 or even 400. Let's just buy it at 487. All full port. Buy Tesla right now. 487, bro. Don't worry about why you didn't buy before. I don't know if I get my entry here. But I think we're going to 68, 82, 75 on ES. Cypher mining still looks like a short to me. I think there will be some swings that set up today that I will send out. Come on, don't do it without me. All right, I'm going to wait patiently for this. Are you going to be out of the market by next year? You won't be trading anymore? I trade every day. I'll never not trade. Why would I stop trading? Market up or down? Yeah, I'm still looking at another Nvidia short. I'm short 25,359. Brother, that was like here. You said that in your video, fool. Imagine not knowing the difference between trading and investing. This guy's calling me a fool. Has zero clue what is the difference between trading and investing. The guy asked if I'm going to stop trading. Why the fuck would I stop trading? Don't you know about the market? Bro, I don't know. The market seems pretty temperamental. The market likes to eat a lot of food, that's for sure. And if it doesn't, then it gets hangry. And when the market gets hangry, she starts clawing. Are there any account giveaways? Yes. I'm going to be doing an account giveaway tomorrow. So make sure you tune into the stream. You said you'll be out of the market. That means what? That means that I will sell some of my investments. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that I will stop trading. The market wants me to stay in. I'll be doing a live stream tomorrow. And I will be doing a bunch of giveaways, yes. Are prop firms only for futures? Yes. Wonder if we get a short down to this level where I want to long from. Are you looking to buy if NQ breaks above 25,400? No. What are your top defensive stock picks? Wait, Face, why are you so mad that it's futures? Futures are easier than options. What about futures is hard? I would not trade disreputable prop firms that tout options. No. Word of the day, Marcat. You fuck. You were doing so good earlier. Gave us a beautiful win on gold. And now you want to fuck around. Wow, gold might get to that 44.35 level we talked about 2 hours ago. Prop firms aren't only for futures. Yes, I know, but the prop firms that we trade are only for futures. Yes, there are prop firms for options and crypto. Good luck trading those prop firms for options and crypto. You are eventually going to get rugged. Wow, gold might get to that. I said that that level is where I want to see gold eventually get to. And then I said, I don't think it gets there today. That would be crazy. It might get there today. What the fuck? Oh, I should have just stuck to trading gold today. Caught a nice move. Called the second move, but didn't catch it. Should have stuck to trading gold today. Wow, what a ripper, dude. Yes, there are prop firms for CFDs too. Why would I trade CFDs in the United States? Shit. And yeah, Forex too. But I was talking about equity derivatives. I don't trade Forex. And the guy says, nice to know that even seasoned traders have frustrations during live trading. Of course, dude. We are human. That would be crazy if we didn't. I wonder if there's a, I might take a short, not a broad short, but only down to this level that I eventually want to long from. I might take a short down to there. Let's see how this behaves. I'll short down to that level. Finally, the most respectable bounce on Amazon. This is the first 3% day on Amazon. Since September 4th. Let's see if it holds. Look, either confirm a short down to here or give me a decent long up to there. I don't know what the fuck this is. But this ain't it, Jack. Cypher looks like a fucking short to me. We might get another short attempt on Nebius. Not today, though. Yeah, the fact that gold is spiking like this, I mean, that's not a good sign. Not for the economy. Crazy, bro. Crazy. Guys. This is not it yet. Yes, there are problems for Forex. I don't trade Forex, dude. Market structure is broken to the downside? No, it hasn't. Yeah, AMD looks weak to me. AMD looks hella weak here. I can still see it filling that gap to 170. I mean, NVIDIA doesn't look that great either. But if it closes below 170, then I think it's going to Shitsville. Hasn't gotten there yet. Please don't just rally from here, dude. See these equal highs on ES? That's my eventual target. Uber. Thoughts? Thoughts. Not only thoughts, but also players. Thoughts and players. Any news events on the time horizon that may change things? No. There's no news whatsoever. No. Uber, would I do a swing trade on Uber? No. This doesn't look like a swing. It looks, it looks really like dead here. Dead as in no momentum, but it's a great stock. When is Japan rate cut time? Why would Japan cut rates? They're looking to raise rates, dude, not cut rates. Well, this is officially boring. The closer we get to lunch, the more I don't want to take a trade. But I still think that's my target eventually on ES. Come on, man. Why did price action just decide to die here? One second, I'll be right back. 1 second. All right. Appreciate you, Christopher. Thank you. Thoughts on Netflix? Thoughts? Come on, bro. Just give us a nice retracement down before lunch. Oh man, this is gonna be it, I think. This is gonna be the long hair. Yeah, I think this is the long hair. Face, appreciate your donation, man. Thank you. How does your head not melt with rage when someone asks a thoughts question? I don't know, bro. Michelle, thank you so much for your donation to St. Jude. I'm frustrated like you. No way that CPI data was real. What the hell do I care about CPI data, bro? What makes you think that the data not being real frustrates me? I don't care about that. I'm not sure where you got that idea. What are you talking about?
Order filled.
Six, eight, 2.5. Let's see if we can make it to previous day high here during the pre-lunch macro. Yeah, so that right there, we swept those equal lows in that 5 minute, which also happens to be the 15-minute. And we are entering the almost the 1150 macro. So I want to see if I can get a continuation long to those equal highs that I talked about in the beginning of the stream. Right there, 6882.5. I don't want to see bearish divergence here. Otherwise, we could want to go higher from lower, if that makes sense. So I want to see both NQ and ES make a pretty quick move here. NQ is on the left, by the way. We still have bearish divergence here. So I don't want to see that. And that would make me potentially manage, oh my God. Manage this more closely. My God. Yeah, that bearish divergence, not what I want to see here. All right, might cut this at minus 0.5 R. Let's see. NQ is holding up here, but ES is going the opposite way. I don't like that divergence. I need NQ to take out that high, or else this bearish divergence remains. Yeah, we might take out that low first before moving higher. All right.
Order filled.
Minus 0.5 R here. Until that divergence is eliminated. But I still think a long to that level is what's going to happen. I just wonder if we want to take out that low first. I'll take this with real money if we take out those equal lows first. If we take out these equal lows and NQ doesn't, then I think that sets up a lunch long. We have lunch coming up in 10 minutes. It's shitty that price has been stuck here for 1.5 hours in this tiny range. So I don't want to get chopped up here, but I do think that low will get taken out and then it might set up the long. Plus, this is now consolidation. So I'd rather manipulate down. Let's see here. Take out these lows. Come on. Come on. I cannot take a real money trade here just yet. I know it sucks. Only taken one real money trade so far. At least that one was a nice winner, but I don't see anything worth taking with real money. I wonder if Apple drops this trend line. There isn't really anything bearish on here just yet. But I wonder if it drops that larger trend line. So for a swing, I might take a short on AMD to that 186 level. I think Meta looks great here. Netflix, there's no momentum, but I don't mind the shares here. And if Nvidia closes below 170, then I think that's a clear short. Fuck this fucking chop, dude. Okay. So take out that low. And let's go higher. Beautiful. That's why I got out of that trade. Because of those lows right there. I think I might still go lower. Let me see something. Let me see something. We might get in there, actually. The original long was from here. Come on, manipulate down more, please. Please. NQ much stronger. Bullish divergence now. Major bullish divergence. NQ made a higher low. ES made a lower low. Wonder if this trade is better than NQ. This is a very tricky day, folks. 67.90 on SPX. 67.90. That puts the entry right around here. Yeah, that's where I initially was going to enter, right? What did you just buy? I'm a member. What? What did you just buy? I'm a member? I have no clue what this guy's talking about. Order filled, heart attack? Okay, we can turn off the audio. How's that? This might be the laziest question ever posted. Trading plan? Question mark. This guy's name is what? Chris Thiandifo. Yeah, I can trade NQ. I just don't have a strong drawn liquidity for NQ. $67.90 on SPX lines up with that 1 hour fair value gap too. So I guess I could trade NQ. I just look, if you look at the 4 hour, you see these equal highs. That's a yes. I don't know that NQ gets here. That's all. These equal highs make it more of a draw. But I do appreciate this pullback because I do want to long. Would you short Tesla at these levels? What a funny guy. Dude looks at the most pumpy stock in the market and thinks he's going to be a genius by shorting it. What goes up must come down, right? Wrong. Okay. So check this out. S&P has a much clearer draw. It also has a bunch of orders sitting at 67.90. Right? 1 hour fair value. So waiting for 67.90. We're at 67.94. This is a very nice retracement here. Nice manipulation. Okay, we hit that. I'm also looking at the 68.30 SPX call expiring tomorrow. This will likely be my last trade of the day. I hope this doesn't go for 830 low. Regardless of what happens here, I'm not moving my stop, but this will be my last trade of the day for sure. So now, just to get to that high and make a new high for lunch is more than 2 to 1, let alone the previous day high. Come on. Let's check on NQ real quick. No. Come on, I was waiting for this trade the whole time. Maybe it takes out these lows, forms SMT, and goes back up. Maybe not. Let's see. I think we got a great entry. Remember, we have 8:30 data lows still unfilled. It would be weird to do it during lunch. Not unprecedented, but it would be weird to do it during lunch. I'm not going to move my stop here because if it doesn't work out, like I could move it all the way down below this, but I don't want to eat a bigger loss than intended. And I would much rather let the stop hit and then recalibrate if need be. Because, okay. Because there is a chance that those equal lows were taken out, but there is a chance that we go for, we still have that unmitigated 830 low. We now have divergence between NQ and ES. If this maintains, then I'm still long biased. Remember, 830 hasn't been touched yet. So far, I took 2 L's on prop. The only real money trade I took was a nice winner on gold. Haven't seen anything that I want to devote real money to just yet. Come on, keep this divergence so we can get a lunch long here. Okay, this one I may take in my real money account. And in this case, I would take it in NQ. Let's see if it confirms here. There's a 1 minute IFEG. I still don't know if ES wants 830 low. Come on. Give us a confirmation. Come on, dude. I want to take it to the highs that were created before lunch. All right, let's go NQ. Like I said, this this is worthy of being taken in real money if it confirms. I don't want to see a rejection though. Nothing confirmed here so far, rejecting off the 5-minute fair value gap, which means that I think it's now more probable that ES does address that 8:30 low during lunch. Let's see. Because if it confirms, I think it's worth taking in real money. Just nothing confirmed yet. Yeah, you can see here on the 1 hour. The difference between ES and NQ. This to me looks like a PO3 candle on NQ. Which means I think there's a chance it springs back up. It's just a matter of, do we want 8:30 on ES or is this enough? Come on. Come on, ES. If I take this, I'm taking an NQ. Major divergence. Manipulation down on the 1 hour. This is looking decent. All right. As long as we close above that. Come on, ES, close above that. Let's go. Let's go. All right, that just about confirms it. Like I said, I'm taking in NQ and real money. I think lunch can make a new high here. I'm going to set my stop to break even. Up 2,500 here. Might take a first TP at 25,297.50. This 1 hour candle to me looked like a power of 3 candle. I'll explain that in a minute. That was so fast, man. That shit accelerated so quick. At least get to the 0.5, dude. What is that? 8:30? 9:30 open. We're stuck at 9:30 open. Come on, lunch. Make a new high. Get above 9:30. Come on. I want to get to at least that breaker, 25, 343, 25. T Black, appreciate your donation to St. Jude's, brother. Thank you. Come on, get above 9:30. Get to at least that breaker right there, that low. I want to see it get to at least that low right there, which coincides with the golden pocket. Let's go. Let's go. Up 3K now, guys. 3,100. Let's go. We are at the 0.5. You can take one off here. I want to get to that breaker. Nut number 1. Nut number 2. The ranges are so big on NQ today. ES is at 930. Let's fucking go. I have a lot of words I have a lot of wisdom-ish to impart today, which I will get into about psychology, about taking losses. For the 700 of you that are still here, and I appreciate every one of you. There are a lot of lessons today from this stream that are not obvious, and I want to impart them on you for sure. So you definitely want to listen up here. Okay, we're hitting this major level here, which is close enough to my first TP. So I'm going to take one off here at this first nut level. Still have another one for the possibility of lunch to make a high above the pre-lunch highs. There are a bunch of equal highs here. We need ES to cooperate. ES is at 930. So let's see. But there are a lot of things to talk about today that are not obvious that I think are very valuable lessons. What a fucking day, bro. 1,300 waited all day after that 1,300 pre-market win to enter a real money trade. And I took 2 L's on prop, by the way. No shame in that. Let's see what happens here. We're getting a rejection at the golden pocket, that exact level that I was eyeing for TP1, which coincides with ES at 930. There might not be enough juice here to keep going during lunch. There might be. It's a tall task, and I recognize that. So let's see what happens. Can we get above that breaker? If we do, there will be another. Wait. That doesn't make sense. If we do, there'll be another. Holy shit, another 4. So it's like $2,000 more in profit than where I am now. So it'll be a total of $6,000 for this trade, in addition to the 1,300 on gold. Let's see if we can make a new high for lunch. Come on, get above that breaker. But I promise you, you're going to want to stick around for what I'm about to tell you, because there's a lot of psychological tips that I'm going to give you. Nut 1 achieved. Let's see if we can get to nut 2. Back to dumping after lunch. Bro, why would I give a fuck? And no, I don't think we're back to dumping after lunch. This is a power of 3. This was the retracement. Now, are we going to dump tomorrow? That's another story. Nut 2. Nut 2. 25, 4, 9, 25. What was the flash dump all about? Dude, it's just a retracement. Nobody knows anything in this market, bro. It's just hope and pray. Yeah, if you're a fucking loser who doesn't want to learn, yeah, it's going to appear that way. Because guess what? In what planet is clicking a fucking button and making money going to be easy? If it was easy, nobody would need a job. So, yeah, if you can't figure it out, you're going to resort to stupid things like, nobody knows anything, bro. Also, you're confusing trading with predicting. Trading is not about predicting. TA is not about predicting. It's about reacting while managing risk. That's it. Why do people think like that? Because they don't want to take the time to learn. And trading is fucking hard. Come on, get above that. Be a good boy. Don't make me TP this shit. I might start trailing the stop here. Just need to make sure where it makes sense. 318.75. Let's start trailing the stop here, guys. I'm going to start trailing at 318.75. That breaker at the golden pocket might be it for today. Well, not for today, sorry, for lunch. There will be a trade later on. But I'm trailing this. Can we get to make a new high? Ladies and gentlemen. I trailed my stop to below that wick. So if it hits, that's about 4,200 on this trade. If that hits, it's about 6,000. Big difference. So worth it for me. But for the 700 of you here, I promise to make it worth your while. Just give me 1 second. Let's just let this trade play out. Boom. Okay. A little around 4,200. Not willing to give anything back. Beautiful trade. All right. Here's what I want to say. A couple things. One, you saw me take 2 real money trades today. One of them happened 4 hours ago. Okay? 4 hours ago, it happened. Now, I missed the real trade I wanted to take. So for those of you that were here, one, I really appreciate you. That's a hell of a lot of a time. But I took a short on gold this morning to about that level. Then I plan to take a real short down to at least 830 low, and I missed it. Okay? Did that rattle me? No. I missed it, and I really wanted to enter, but I missed it. Then I had, I decided to take 2 trades that I knew were not A+, okay? And I said it on the stream, these are not A+ trades. Because they're not A+, I'm taking them in prop. Now, prop to me is not real money, okay? It's you know, there's simulation accounts. So because of that risk, one, I took it with 1 contract, and 2, I took it in prop because I knew what the risk of that trade was. And guess what? I lost both of them. And I lost both of them on stream. So for a lot of people, that would be embarrassing. Okay? I don't give a fuck. I'm here to make money. I'm not here to be right every single time. And once I recognize the type of trade that it is, I then have to adjust my risk beforehand, whether it's taking it small size, whether it's taking it in prop over real money. These are risk management decisions that you make before you enter the trade, so that when the result of the trade doesn't go in your favor, you're not left with a fucking hole in your ass, right? Then 4 hours later, I decided to take a real money trade. And the other thing I'll say is I wasn't stuck on one narrative, right? I recognized that, oh, okay, maybe I was wrong about the indices going to data low. You know, maybe the indices did want to continue up. And then I took a continuation trade from here at one point also to get to these equal highs. And I was stopped on that. Okay, maybe I was wrong about that long. Let me recalibrate and see what happens, right? Then when the long formed after, you know, we had this consolidation, then I saw the manipulation down as well as the, as well as the the SMT here. I saw the manipulation down as well as the SMT here. Then I switched back to a long bias. So one of the ways in which I lost the most money in the past as a beginner was sticking to a bias, right? So say that my bias was, let's just say arbitrarily, that my bias was that this RTH gap would get filled, right? Say that was my bias, that this RTH gap would get filled. And I keep trying to short it. And I cannot, because I'm blinded by my preconceived notions, I cannot see a long forming because I'm not thinking long. In the back of my mind, all there is printed. All there is printed is a short, right? When you have these preconceived notions and you don't make adjustments throughout the trading day, it's like you're wearing blinders, right? You'll be blind to potential trades that are A+. So one of the worst things to do is to have a narrative in your mind that isn't working out that you're stuck to. Now, this is not the same as having conviction, right? Having conviction is one thing, but having a narrative that hasn't worked out that you keep taking stabs at is a completely different story. And that, unfortunately, in the past is one of the ways in which I've lost the most money. It's coming into the day saying, my goal is to fill this gap. I will continue to take shorts. Market goes up, I'm going to short from here. Market goes up, I'm going to short again. Market goes sideways, I'm going to try to short. All of a sudden, you're down $11,000. And you're like, fuck, I didn't see the easiest long that, fits my entry model. I didn't see it. It was right in front of me, and I didn't see it because all that was in my brain was shorting to this gap. That's it. So all that is to say, manage your risk, know what type of trade you're entering beforehand. Manage your risk beforehand so that there are no surprises if your stop hits, right? Don't get embarrassed by losses. I lost twice in front of an audience of at least 1,000. But it doesn't matter to me because my goal is to make money. And I clearly did that today. Up $6,000 in real money. That's a great day. That's a great day. Okay. I lost, $400 in prop on one trade. And I think the other was 7 or 8, something like that. Oh, well. So I hope that helps. I hope that helps. Yeah, do you want to be right or do you want to make money? Exactly. B Nudge, appreciate your $50 donation, man, to St. Jude. Thank you so much. Yeah, resetting after your losses is something I condone, but I typically don't like. Obviously, I'm human, right? So there are days that I get rattled by a loss, especially if it's a big amount and it's in real money. I typically don't get rattled by prop losses, I'll be honest. But in real money, yeah, especially if it's a big amount, 5, 10K, whatever. Of course I get rattled. But for the most part, I'm able to take, 2, 3, 4 trades and not really have the last one affect me. That's easier said than done if you're just starting out, for sure. Yeah, I think there's a continuation here to that level. Yeah, I don't feel the need to step away after every trade. In the past, yes, it was a must. Or else I would get myself in a lot of fucking trouble. But nowadays, no. My mom can trade better than you. She can't, but I know what your mom can do better than me, and actually better than most people on the planet. Somehow she has a lot of experience in that department. It's not trading. For sure, your mom can't trade better than me. There are other things she can do better than me. Unfortunately, those things don't pay as well as trading. Like, she does it for pennies, unfortunately. Tough part is sometimes the bias is right just at the wrong time. Yeah, but guess what? Like, accept that that's a constant in trading. Like, every day, every single day I come here, whether I'm by myself or streaming in the Discord, every day I come here and I look at a setup and I say, I think this is going to happen. And it happens. And I'm not in the trade. Or I take it early and I get stopped out and then it happens. Just put it in your mind that that's a constant, right? Like, I don't know if you play ball or if you play sports, but I find it's for people that want to trade that have also played sports, they cope with this better. But, you know, if you take 10 threes in a game and you make 4 of them, that's insane. But it also means you miss 6 of them. But after every one that you missed, are you going to smack yourself in the head and lose composure? It wouldn't make sense. So if you accept that missing shots is part of a game and you accept that missing bias is part of your game and it's part of every single game, meaning every trading day is a game, that's going to happen. So the really, like, disappointment is when reality doesn't meet your expectations. And if you put it in your mind that the reality is missing bias is an everyday thing. Yes. Or being early or, not getting your entry, but it playing, like, this is an everyday thing. But you cannot let that affect once you decide that this is an A+ trade and I'm going to take it with real money that I worked hard for. That cannot come into play. You know what I mean? Like, it's non-negotiable. So if you just accept it in your mind that it's an everyday constant, then you won't be disappointed. You know, it can be frustrating. Of course, I'm human. I'm not going to say, don't trade with emotions. Be a robot. That's so dumb, bro. Like, God didn't create us that way. And unfortunately, the way that we were created was for survival in the African savannah, which when your prefrontal cortex is no longer working because fear, greed, panic, all of that, right, fires off the amygdala, which then clouds your prefrontal cortex. Because when you're in the African savannah, or when you were, or when your ancestors were, some of you white people are like, what? I was never in the African savannah. Yes, your ancestors were, okay? They had to fucking dodge hyenas and cheetahs and shit. So you cannot sit there and be like, I'm going to try to make a rational decision. No, your amygdala fires off and you are then working off instinct. So when that happens, when you're sitting in front of your computer screen, that's not a good thing. That's a very bad thing. So 23andMe says differently. Damn, bro's a scientist now. Yeah. Your mom thinks I'm her gynecologist. That's the funny part. Best traders always say the opposite. Exclude emotions. I'm out of here. Okay, bitch. Bye. Gallows of Time. Thank you for your donation, man. $50. Thank you so much. Amar Singh says she's definitely a penny stock. I noticed that you do not have a fixed bias. No, dude, I have a fixed bias. No, fixed anything is wrong. Okay. You have a bias that is subject to change. Secondly, your bias depends on time frame. So if I'm looking at the 5 minute and below, you can trade this move long. You could trade this move short. You could trade this move long. Okay. That has nothing to do with fixed bias. That's being a discretionary trader based on low time frame price action. But if I'm coming into the day and I'm saying my bias is that ES or the S&P 500 takes out these equal highs. Yeah, but do you know how many things can happen until that? You know how many things within the course of a 7-hour trading day can happen until that? But yes, if I was trading off the 1 hour or 4 hour, like if I was trading off the 1 hour and I said, okay, my bias is that we get to these equal highs. And I'm going to find an entry off the 1 hour fair value gap into these equal highs. Beautiful. Fixed bias, right? And you don't do anything. You enter here and you set your OCO order and you just walk away. But if you're trading off the 5 minute, you're catching multiple moves, right? And it wouldn't be a fun stream. I love swing trading and I appreciate those people who are positional traders. How fun would it be if I waited 5 hours for this to happen and then set my order and be like, well, guys, there it is. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Not really realistic, brother. So you can have a fixed bias, which my bias for the day is still these equal highs on the S&P. But depending on your time frame, you can and will have multiple moves. Possibly, you never know. I don't know what you're talking about. Never seen this side of him before? What did I do differently, bro? This is how every stream is. Make money, talk shit, and give out appreciation to those that deserve it. And say thank you to those who donated to St. Jude's. What's so different about this stream? Wanted to say thank you for the Tesla call. Made 300% off it. Oh, hell yeah. I realized if there's no SMT, my trades are more at risk. Yeah, and I would say backtest your model too and see if your model does require SMT even. That's perfectly fine. But I agree with you. Like the only reason I went long NQ, remember I went long on ES. I went long on ES a little early and got stopped out. But the area that I got stopped out at was the area where there was divergence. Right? So if that's part of your entry model, backtest it, dude. See if it's true, then you'll want to see SMT on every trade. If that's part of your edge, right? You need to collect as many important data pieces as you can that give you an edge. Because without it, your edge weakens and you have to have the strongest edge possible. So if you have empirical evidence that, over the course of 500 trades, the ones you won the most on had SMT had a CISD, had a high time frame, high time frame level, like this 1 hour fair value gap, then those are things that you're going to want to see on every trade, and you're going to want to eliminate things that are outliers, because that's literally how you sharpen your edge. Homeboy says, first time catching the live stream versus your normal YouTube videos. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I can see the surprise there. For sure. I can see the surprise there, because like in the normal YouTube videos, I'm pretty civil. But on the live stream, that's a different story. It's like that meme of Samuel L. Jackson. This one. So this is me during the normal YouTube videos. This is me on the live stream. I could see the surprise there. Mr. Cool J. Bro, is it bad that I can tell how old you are by that username? You're probably my age, plus or minus. No, not minus. You're probably my age, plus, give or take, 5 years. Discord members making annual payment in one swing trade. That's for sure. What to expect from the Japan hike rate? They're going to hike rates. Everyone's a Japanese bond expert. Can you explain the Power of 3 model you saw today? Okay. Power of 3 is this: consolidation, manipulation into an important level, expansion. Right? Or consolidation, manipulation into important level, expansion. What does this look like since lunch? Consolidation, manipulation into an important level, expansion. And then a 1 hour PO3 candle looks like this one. This candle opened up here, manipulated all the way down. Right? Because it opened up here, didn't even have a wick above. So it opened up here, immediately after open, manipulated down. That 1 hour candle is this on the 5 minute. So the minute we opened, that 12 o'clock candles open was here. That is the 1 hour wick. Right? And then retracement back up is the expansion back up. And the way that I concluded that this was the terminus, meaning the end of it dropping, was because of this divergence here. And the fact that on the 1 hour, You can still see the divergence. But ES, the S&P 500, was in this fair value gap. NQ didn't hit it, which is part of the divergence. Hence why I was bullish, at least for the little time frame of lunch. Does that make sense? By the way, I trade every single day. Now, granted, I don't trade every day for 5 hours, but I trade every single day at market open. So make sure you join. Hey, by the way, you can find Christmas codes in the description. There's a 25% off the annual in the description. So make sure that you take advantage of that. There's also a 15% off monthly, but a 25% off the annual, which is a significant amount of money. And certainly today, I made $6K on this stream. Is that because NQ has lower caps? I don't know what that means. Wait, you think NQ is a low cap index? Bro, you're smoking crack. All you have to do is look at the holdings. Just literally Google NASDAQ holdings. Homeboy said, is that because NQ is lower cap? NVIDIA, biggest company in the world. Apple, second biggest company in the world. Microsoft, third, fourth, or fifth biggest company in the world. Broadcom, third, fourth, or fifth biggest company in the world. Amazon, also top 5. Alphabet, top 5. Tesla, top 10. Another Alphabet. Meta. Bro. Let's keep our shoes on, all right? This retard. Why do you choose to do YouTube lives? Is it to make your regulars feel good about our TTT education? Bro, CPI was today, okay? My channel doesn't cover fucking crocodiles and butterflies. It's a finance channel. Today was CPI. I get to report CPI, and I get to trade with the people that watch my channel. So, I don't know what to tell you. Right, but they have more companies with small caps. Oh my God, bro. All right. I cannot respond to that. Literally, you can Google these very basic questions that you're asking, comrade. Time to end this mess. If we have the annual already, can we sign up for next year? Yeah, if it expires. Comrade, no worries. But NASDAQ is a much more concentrated stock. Also, dude, I implore you to look at, like, Google this stuff, just basic questions that you have in your mind, and just start picking up knowledge and building your knowledge base. The NASDAQ are literally these companies, okay? Google, Broadcom, AMD, Micron, Microsoft, Cisco, Shopify, Tesla, Costco, Pepsi, Starbucks, AstraZeneca. The S&P 500 obviously has about 5 times the number of companies that the NASDAQ 100 has. So while it's also a gigantic index, it is much more spread out. And no, it has nothing to do with the companies. It's sometimes NASDAQ will make a higher low. Sometimes the S&P will make a higher low. Sometimes NASDAQ will make a higher high. Sometimes the S&P will make a higher high. It's literally just price action. All right, I think that we might get some swings today. This little pump here set up some swings for the days to come. So if I take something, I will send it out in the Discord. I don't think we're out of the woods here. You know, again, we've been trading sideways for 3 months. So while it feels great for stocks not to fall, we have to be realistic about what this one day means in the course of 3 months and in the course of first quarter 2026. Fed to cut rates in January. It's going to take an abnormally high unemployment report. So if you look at the rate, the unemployment rate currently hit 4.6, right? So it's going to take the next one to continue up. If this starts going towards 4.8, 5, I think the Fed is going to cut rates like crazy. Because there's just no stopping the unemployment trade once it starts. If you're asking questions, if you're asking questions about futures, which I want everybody to trade futures, I do think that it is an amazing way to make money, and that's what I've been trading today. Go here, bro. Just search for... This is criminally underrated. 12,000 views on a 3-hour course. I'm never going to do this again. Just go to the Traveling Trader Futures Day Trading. Okay? I explain how to trade futures in here. It's a 3-hour free course. You don't have to buy shit. Just Google that and watch it. Get yourself ready for 2026. 12,000 views. Wow. I am not popular. Do you have a personal futures account rather than using a prop firm? Yeah, that's what I was trading, dude. Rewind the tape. But if you are just starting out, don't get caught with your pants down. Try to stick to your progression should be paper, prop firm, real money. Thank you for the reminder, T1. Appreciate it. Do you make more money from trading than from YouTube vids? Look at this guy, bro. Okay. To answer this really dumb question, I think people overestimate what YouTube earnings looks like, okay? And because I care about y'all, I'm going to show you. Hopefully Google or YouTube don't flame me for this, because I don't know if you're supposed to show this. Okay. Here's how much I make off of YouTube. The last 28 days, I made $4,000. Now, I thank God for $4,000. It's nothing to sneeze at. It's definitely a nice side gig. I made more than this in one fucking trade today. All right? Chill out. What is a prop firm? Better question. What is Google? Start there. Jonas, man, thank you for your donation to St. Jude's. Appreciate it, bro. I'm just going to check. Looks like we have a call wall at 6805. All right. I might want to take some swings later, so I'm going to hop off, give my eyes a little break, because I've been streaming for 5 hours. And I hope you guys appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys. So thank you for joining. Thank you more so even to all those people who donated to St. Jude's. I haven't taken $1 from live streams since 2021. So 4 years, I haven't taken $1 from live streams. Every dollar that you guys send goes to St. Jude's directly, and I don't even handle the money or anything. It goes to them directly. So I would much rather you guys send to St. Jude's than send me super chats. And it's even a bigger testament to your guys' character when you win money on the stream, that you give a portion of it away. I really admire the people that do that, and I notice each and every one of you that does that. So thank you so much. Tommy Luck, appreciate your donation, man. Thank you so much. And seems like people whose name starts with K make their money from YouTube and then invest with that. Bro, there's nothing wrong with making money from YouTube. Okay? That's a job too. Like, I don't know if you're talking about who starts with K. Kevin? Meet Kevin? Yeah, I mean, you know, it takes a certain skill level, I think, and a lot of time to make YouTube videos. It's not a scam to make YouTube videos. As a matter of fact, over the course of 8 years, I've got thousands of messages from people who say that they've become better investors, that they've hit certain goals, that they're finally 7 figures in their portfolio, that they were able to build a gym in their house or buy a house or whatever. You know, making YouTube, you can certainly be a scammer, but just the act of making videos, what's wrong with making money on YouTube, dude? Anonymous, appreciate your donation to St. Jude. Thank you. How's your back sitting in that chair for 5 hours? Well, considering that yesterday was leg day, My fucking hamstrings are on fire right now. So I definitely need to go stretch them. Do you send out alerts well ahead of time if you're planning to go live? No, I trade live like a regular human being. If I'm not live and I'm taking like a swing trade or something, then yeah. If I'm taking it like a swing trade and I have time to type it out, yes. But if I'm live trading like this, I'm on the 1 minute chart or something, no, dude, I can't fucking type out what I'm about to do. You're just going to have to develop the skill to watch and trade. Do you use leaps in your retirement accounts? Yeah, all the time. How much will you recommend for minimum account balance to trade? $0. If you're asking that question, literally $0. You should start off paper trading, then get a prop account, a cheap prop account, try to pass it. If you pass it, then you can consider either adding more accounts or using your real money. That should be your progression. Indices continue to crawl up. Yeah, dude, that's my target. How many hours have I been saying that is my target? Wait, you didn't close your positions? Yes, dude. I already made my money today. I'm just sitting here answering questions. Arthas 919. Appreciate your donation to St. Jude's, bro. Thank you. Rodriguez 8146. Send an email to subscriptions@thetravelingtrader.com. Subscriptions with an S at thetravelingtrader.com. Okay. That's about to hit my target. But I'm already out and I'm happy. All right, peeps. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for hanging with your boy. Peace in the Middle East. And I'll see you guys. For those on the in the Discord, I'll see you in the Discord. Hopefully some swings open up today. But I need to give my eyes a break, man. All right. Peace.